Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lilin, Mats, Chloe. I hope you are all having a fantastic Thursday. It's not Thursday, is it? It's Wednesday. Why did I think it was Thursday? I have no idea. But happy Wednesday. I hope you're all good. Right. We got a lot, as always, we've got a lot to do today. First thing I need to do is something that I didn't realize was a problem until I did a few little things off stream this morning while I was figuring out what we were going to do today. Where the hell did... Oh, that just teleported me, didn't it? It didn't actually take me to the passive production. Yeah, I went for a round and I made sure I labeled all the things that needed to be labeled so I actually know what each of these passive processes is doing. One of the things I realized is that my diluted hydrochloric acid is kind of backing up a little bit. Also, it's incredibly loud here. Holy shit, that is really loud, isn't it? Hold on. Bear with me here. That is ridiculously loud. That's still a little bit loud, isn't it? Holy shit. If we turn... Actually, we have, this, don't we? Right, what are we looking for? I have no idea what's actually making all the noise. I think it's is it the centrifuges? I have no idea. Either way, something's making a lot of noise, and I apologize for it. Happy Thursday, exactly. Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, we just got to add another distillery onto it. I'm pretty sure it's the centrifuges. Hold on. Yeah, it's the centrifuges. There we go. That's better. A little bit more peace and quiet. But yeah, so we just need to add... we're just going to add another distillery onto there. And then hopefully that'll start keeping up with it. If not, it doesn't matter too much. I'm pretty sure we have got this set up on... Yeah, we've got these set up on... Oh! Okay, never mind. We might not actually need to add another one on there, because for some reason, I'm running these with LV, rather than MV. I have no idea why I would be doing that, but apparently I was. Well, that's easily fixed. Alright, for some reason I was underclocking them. We'll see, right, at the minute we have 873 buckets in there. We'll see if that starts to drop. It should do, I think. You and Create spend the day dressed up in boxing gloves and a ring in a ring corner each. Who came out on top? Alright. But yeah, I think that's the only thing, the like little maintenance thing that we need to do today. You got one round, Create got the rest. Well, one's better than none, I guess. Oops. Right. So today, we need to get tungsten. Unfortunately, I was looking at how much... actually, there's a bunch of things we've got to do today. Tungsten is the main one. We need to make tungsten. We make tungsten via electrolyzing tungstic acid, or tungstic acid dust, technically. Tungstic acid dust we get by using scheelite dust or tungstate dust in a chemical bath along with hydrochloric acid, which is one of the reasons we need to make sure the hydrochloric acid is fine. And that will, like, 7 tungstate dust will get you 7 tungstic acid, which will give you 1 tungsten dust. So based on the amount of tungstate and scheelites that we have, we can only get about 200 tungsten at the moment. which is not going to get us very far at all. Oh, I did see your setup in the that you posted in the Discord, guitar, and it's not that bad. It looks absolutely fine to me. It looks like nice and neat at the very least. And by the sounds of it, it works. But yeah, so tungsten is the main thing for today. The other thing we're going to need to do, since we're going to be, one of the other things we want to do is making a large miner, which we're going to be using our first lot of tungsten for, since we do need 4 tungsten gears. We use that to make an advanced large miner. The large miner will is basically like an auto miner. You stick it down and it will mine anything in the 3x3 chunk around it. But the good thing about it is that it will give you 3 times as many crushed ores as a macerator will, and it will essentially automatically macerate the ores as it mines them. Assuming you're not using Silk Touch mode. But it will automatically macerate the ores as it mines them and give you 3 times the amount. Plus, according to the quest at least, it will also give you the byproduct, all the byproducts as well. So having that, and then we'll just head into the end and we'll fly around for a little bit and just mine up some tungstate and scheelite from there. Because that's probably our best method for getting them right now. But they spawn in Venus, they spawn in the ends, they do spawn on the moon, but I don't know how big of a, we might actually go and check them, but they're the moon as well. They also spawn on Mars, but we haven't been to Mars yet. I don't know if we're going to bother or not. But yeah, we should get significantly more with the miner, so we'll do that, and then we'll process all that into tungsten, and then we can kind of move on from there. So the large miner is the other thing we need. The third thing we need to do, and we'll probably have to do this at some point in the middle of this, is we're going to have to set up another sub-network where we're going to store all of the raw ores and the crushed ores that we get from like the miner. And we can store them all in there, and then we'll just have that on a sub-network with just a terminal there to see what's in there. And then we can probably use that to output directly to wherever we need to output to when we're processing stuff. And it almost does everything you want. The rest is now counted as bonus, and you don't touch it. Hey, no need to touch it if it's working. Oh, wait, are we done? What did we run out of? Oh, right, we were 1 piece of gallium arsenide short, weren't we? Because reasons. How much gallium arsenide did it need? Sorry, this was making our phosphorus doped silicon balls. I only needed 2. 8 phosphorus and a stack of... Oh, right, yeah, because we used half a stack of silicon up when it made the regular thing, didn't we? There we go. That's better. Okay. So, that is the plan for today. I think we probably want to get the storage system set up first. We'll just set it up and we'll just do like a full extended drive filled with like 4K drives. That should give us more than enough space for any of the raw or crushed ores that we want to put in there. So we'll make one of those. We can always expand that as well, should we need to. Another thing I wanted to look at as well was, and watching Matt's stream this morning reminded me of this, I wanted to look at and see whether it was worthwhile changing our recipe for the 1K storage components. Now that we do have passive circuits up to EV. It's probably going to be worthwhile, honestly, at least going up to the HV ones. I think I might switch that over to using the HV. Oh, we're already using the MV ones. If we switch it over to using HV ones now, we should be good. now I've just got to find the empty slot where it was. There it is. Alright, cool. Has been trying to make up your mind if you have a headache or not since you woke up. You're at the edge of high and low pressure colliding. And your head does not like it, and thunder is in the air. Yeah, I tend to get headaches around those kind of times as well. That's not fun. Right, we do need... I don't need a crafting terminal. I'm just going to leave the terminal there. I just need a regular terminal. That will do. We're going to need quartz fiber. I'm going to need covered cables. And we're going to need... Let's just do... We'll do 10 of these for now. That'll give us space for 630 different things. And I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be more than enough. Yeah, we'll just do 10 for now. And I think that should be fine. And we'll just set it up over in the corner over here somewhere. Alright, that's it to the subnetwork. It will be on the red channel. Well, not red channel, but it'll be on red. What we're gonna have to do is, because we are getting byproducts as well, we can't just send all of the outputs from the large miner straight into here, because then that'll put all the byproducts in there as well, which we don't want. We want those going straight into the main storage. So we need to make sure that we have an interface on this subnetwork and a storage bus. I think there is a tag storage bus. Yeah, there's a tag storage bus. So if we use the tag storage bus and then send anything out that has the crushed ores tag or the raw ores tag to store in here instead of anywhere else. And then we'll just send everything back into the main ME system. But the stuff that gets stored in the subnet will get stored in there. Hopefully that made sense. Kinda did to me. Sort of. We'll stick that on there. Let's grab those 4K drives. Let's go down here. So we are going to need an interface and a storage bus. Oh, by the way, Guitar Lilin, how did you enjoy the RimWorld DLC? Was it everything you were hoping for? We do need to do that elsewhere. There's not much point in making a pattern for the tag storage bus. Although that being said, maybe it's worth it. Yeah, let's make a pattern for it, because there is a chance we might need to make more of these at a later date. Right, so storage bus. Like it so far, you've gotten over 30 hours out of it, and you're not done. That is too throbby for RimWorld right now. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Because we're going to need to pass power over to this as well. I'm trying to think what the easiest way to do it's going to be. Probably this. We stick the bus on there. Okay, right. So let's check this out first of all. We'll check that out in a second.
But how about left?
Bug, how are you doing? I was trying to think of something witty to respond to that. I've got nothing. Bug, thank you so much, man. 70 months. How have you been? I hope you are well. I'm going to stick you in the subworld, and can I remember exactly the way this was done? Pretty sure that's it. There you go. Next to banana. How have you been, Bug? There we go. Beautiful. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Right. So, what we need to do is try and figure out how this is going to work. The raw ores are... Oh, it's raw underscore material, though, isn't it? And I'm going to assume... Oh, no, that's fine. I was going to assume that there was going to be other things that would go in, that would have that tag, but apparently not. We do raw underscore materials and... crushed underscore ores. Now, hopefully, that will work. We'll set that on a ridiculously high priority. Okay, that's fair. Well, hopefully you get to a place where you are happier answering that question soon. It sucks when you feel like that. I can very much attest to that. Right. Oh, by the way, we are still very much processing all of the appetite right now. I might have put too much through there. Maybe. Right, so if I put this into there... I did not store it in there. Oh, right, I need it as all crushed ores, not and crushed ores, don't I? Because that's gonna try and find ones that have both tags. Still didn't work. Okay. More knee issues, so been waiting over a decade for surgery. You're too young for. That's ridiculous. And I thought things were bad over here. That's not good, man. Right, so first things first. Let's see why this isn't working. Will this store items? At all? Yes, so we can store items in there. Why are you not storing things in here? Raw underscore materials or crushed ores. Right, how about if we just do it without the ore bit for now? And then we just put that into there. It's not... why is it not working? I haven't used these tag storage buses before. Do they need to be... It's online. That has power. Why are you not storing this then? I don't think it's case sensitive. Right, let's read what it says in the guide. Oh, does it? We actually have to have the forge bit in front of it as well. Ah, that would be it then. That would explain it. Forge raw materials. All right, so let's try that. So if we put this into here, not into there because that is my. I think. I keep trying to put it in the wrong place. There we go. Okay, that's works. Okay, that's fine. I don't know if I want to see that in my ME system, my main ME system or not, though. We kind of only want this to be inserts, don't we? Which means I now shouldn't be able to see it. But if we put the appetite into there, it'll get stored in there. Perfect. Okay, right, so we need that, and we need ore, forge, crushed. Oh, is it crushed ore or crushed ores? But yeah, Bug, do you got any idea how long you're likely to have to wait? Have they given you some kind of time frame for it? Perfect. Okay, right. That is doing exactly what it is supposed to do. Beautiful. That was incredibly easy to set up. Let's transfer all of this into there, since that is this is exactly what this was meant for. So we can get rid of that thing. We should be at a point now where we can also start moving everything out of the storage drawers as well. It's going to take way too long if I do this, isn't it? I still have the import bus set up at... No, I won't have, will I? But we do have an import bus. And we should have some packing tape. So if I take this... if I could go to the right side, that would be great. If we take this, and then we just get... Put that down there. Then whack the import bus on there. Grab some acceleration cards. And then we should start seeing a bunch of stuff coming into here. Beautiful. Alright, now we have somewhere to store all of our raw ores. That is not a random barrel. Never mind, you need to be in your 60s, so while away, ouch. I mean, I guess if you just look at it from, like, purely an outside perspective, and they see that you can still do all these things without actually looking a little deeper into it, that's what they're going to think, isn't it? That, oh, he doesn't need it, he can still do all these things. So he clearly doesn't need it. And they'll slightly prioritize other people over you, I guess. Okay. So, that's part one done. Tungsten. In order to do this, then, we are going to need an EV electrolyzer. We are also going to need 2 EV chemical baths. And then that's basically all we need. Oh, no, we're also going to have to process the calcium chloride and whatever we get from the tungstate, lithium chloride. We'll process those back into methane and chlorine. Or... No, not methane and chlorine. That's what go... Wait. What is the methane there for? Oh, right. That recipe. Okay, right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, yeah, we'll process that back into, like, lithium and chlorine or... lithium and chlorine or whatever the other one was, which I can't for the life of me remember now. But it's not overly important. Right, so... do a recipe for that. And it's... of course, it's a pump again. Why do I never have pumps available? Alright, we'll do that in a moment. You have a high pain tolerance, you don't use meds to get through the day. Okay, right, so electric pumps. What's gonna be our best way of doing this? Honestly, just doing what we've got already. We're gonna need to do wait, not silicon rubber rings. We don't want to do that one, since we already have rubber rings available. We may as well do that. Then we don't need to do anything new. I'm in two minds at the minute about whether to upgrade my extruders to EV extruders. On the one hand, it would be nice to have them a little faster. On the other hand, there's going to be the large extrusion machine that we will have access to very soon. Or somewhat soon, at least. Which will mean that we can do it considerably faster. And I don't know whether there's going to be enough call for it in the meantime for it to make it worth it while. I don't think I'm going to bother, honestly. Anyway, right, we need 2 chemical baths. Those are chemical reactors. That's not what I need. That's what I need. 2 chemical baths and 1... Can we get away with a single electrolyzer for this? Or do I want to do 1 electrolyzer for each of them? I think I want to do 1 electrolyzer for each of them, honestly. Right, what's... Oh, this... I really wish I could find out why it's not putting the, doing the recipes for the universal EV circuits. Like, I can't get it to automatically add those rather than the other craftable circuits. If anybody knows of a way of doing that, it would be incredibly nice to know. I think I am going to cancel that one, though, because that's going to have also been doing the wrong circuits. They've got the electrolyzers and the chemical baths coming in. And then what do we need to do about... the byproducts from these? The calcium chloride and lithium chloride. So calcium chloride will... They both just go into an electrolyzer again. So we actually need... So probably... I think they both go into an electrolyzer. Calcium chloride goes into an electrolyzer, as does lithium chloride. They take 2 seconds each. If we just have a single one of these at EV, it's only going to take 0.25 seconds, so... Yeah, we'll just have one single additional electrolyzer for this. Actually, come to think of it, are we going to need... Like this at EV, it's going to take 10 seconds for that. How long do these take? 10.5 seconds. So yeah, we are going to want an electrolyzer for each of them. And then we'll just have an additional electrolyzer in the center for, like between them for the calcium chloride and lithium chloride. We do want one more electrolyzer. 2:30 AM could be a good idea for bed. Yes, 2:30 AM is definitely a good time to be going to bed. Go get some rest, Bug. Thank you so much for the resub, man. I appreciate it. And hopefully things start to look better soon. Right. Okay. Right, the next thing is, how much power do we need for these? So that's 960 EU for that. Plus 960, 960. So they don't actually use a lot of power. So 960 times 3. But we're going to, one way or the other, we're probably going to need at least a 4 amp converter for this. And then processing these, again, we are going to do this at... We may as well have an EV machine, but we can underclock it. So, yeah, just a 4 amp EV converter. Should be good. And the EV superconductors are what? It's N steel, isn't it? Yes. Okay. We might actually have enough of this. I am gonna just make, I think, like 128 N steel. And we'll just so we've got a little bit. We don't need a ton of the stuff at the minute, but it would be nice to have a little bit. Right, that should be just about everything we need. Just need the 4 amp converter. And that should be everything. I don't know whether I want... Because this is going to be technically a passive process. But it's also technically ore processing. No, I think it's more of a passive process than ore processing. So we'll set it up over here. We'll set it up here, I think. If we have this set up, so we've got like an electrolyzer there. Those are chemical baths. Electrolyzer. And electrolyzer. Chemical bath. And then if we put the electrolyzer... I think we put it above, don't we? We do an interface here. How's everybody else doing anyway? How's everyone's Wednesday? Hopefully it's good. Right, so we do that. Grab a couple of lasers, and then we'll just put the other electrolyzer on the back of there. And then we'll run... Four amp and steel cable. How do I want to do this? Because if we want to, is there ever going to be a situation where we want to shut these off? I don't think so. But I think, basically, what I'm just trying to decide is whether I want to leave a space here so we can bring up a covered cable and have an emitter going into these. I think I would, while I don't think we're likely to need it, I think I'm going to not do that. I think I'm going to set it up so we can at least have one way to turn this off. Should we need it? The only time I can think we might need it is once we get a little bit further in and we start passiving some of the micromine emissions. It's the only time I think we might need it. Okay, so we do that. And of course it doesn't line up with anything. So we're going to have to add another laser node in here. Get some power. Alright, where are my covered cables? Ah, don't actually need any more. Beautiful. I'm kind of wishing I'd moved stuff a bit further back on here now. Like, obviously we couldn't with this because of the pyrolyzer oven, but these we could have done. What the hell have I done there? I don't know why that's connected, but okay, fair enough. Alright, and that goes to there. We need to output hydrochloric acids. Oh, speaking of which, are we... Oh yeah, we are kind of going through it now. It's not going down quickly, like massively quickly, but it's going down, so that's good. And we have got 4,000 buckets of hydrochloric acid, which is also nice. And then we also need to output... where are we? Scheelite dust. We don't have any other use for scheelite or tungstate, right? It's literally just chemical bath. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, so we may, there's no reason not to output all of this. Okay, so chemical bath. Let's recolor that. Right, and then we need to insert. We will limit the amount of hydrochloric acid we put in here, though. Speaking of which, how much do we need for the recipes? 2 buckets. So if we put like 4 buckets in each. That'll be great. Right, that should be fine. Although we do want to upgrade that to 4 buckets, just so we can transfer 4 buckets at a time. Right, so that's those into there. If we do... Got any signs? Have we not got any signs? So if we do... Tungstate on that side and scheelite on that side. So tungstate. And Sheila, I really should start putting these things into the bookmarks, just so I don't have to search for them each time. It would make life a whole lot easier. I'll start with that. Right. This might be a point where we will need to use filters. And filter both of these for tungstic acid. Hey, mate, how you doing, man? One on there, one on there. Make sure that is actually working. Oh, wait, no, it's on the... Put it on here, didn't we? Yeah, okay, so yeah, that should be fine. If we then push down to there, that should only push the tungstic acid down. And then we need to extract from here. Insert into here. Both calcium chloride and lithium chloride. And do the same over here. And I'm just going to extract from here. And insert into here. Beautiful. There we go. Right. Hopefully that should be fine. And then we just got to do the same over here. Oh, we need a 4K drive for the tungsten as well. Honestly, for some reason, I had it in my head that getting the tungsten set up was going to take a lot longer than this. It's really not taking long at all. Alright, so we just need to do the same on here. Push down to the bottom. And then we just extract from there. We've already got tungsten dust there. There's no point in processing this like straight away into tungsten because there's actually very few uses of just actual tungsten that I can find. Alright, and then we just got to extract from here. And that is tungsten sorted. Was it the Dark Knight A2 texture pack? No, the one that I've got is A2 Blackout, it's called, I believe. Yeah, A2 Blackout. It's... There's still a few things missing with it, I find, though. Things like... I wish they had a darkened background on the storage monitors. Yeah, it was, that was basically what changed the textures for AE2. I figured those textures will, like, look a lot nicer for this base, particularly, than the other ones do. Still prefer the newer versions, look so nice. Yeah, it did take me a while to get used to the newer textures. Like, I wasn't a fan initially. But they've definitely grown on me. Right. Okay. So, we now have an entire 31 tungsten. We should end up with around about 200 or so tungsten from this. Eventually. Is our high-octane gasoline still doing all right? And everything like toluene? Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, right. So the next thing we need to do is start looking at the large miner. So this, pretty much everything here is doable already. I think I am going to need to set up an assembler for on circuit 2. Just because I'm going to end up needing more, either like large miners or fluid drilling rigs. And I'm pretty sure they all use circuit 2. So we may as well get that set up now. While that's going, let's go and set the rest of this up. And we do have plenty of space here. I guess we could have done this with an EV assembler, but honestly, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Again, we're going to be getting to the multi-blocks soon. Anyway, so I am gonna make some more of those though, because we are gonna need them soon. Oh, right. I said to extract. No wonder it's not putting any bloody power in there. Alright. And that needs to be on circuit 2. Perfect. Alright. Looking so nice. What, the textures or you talking about the textures or the base? In general, because I'm really happy with how the base looks. I mean, it's obviously still got a lot of work to do, but it's coming along quite nicely. All right, so we need a recipe for this. Everything there, except for the tungsten gears, is already craftable. Yeah, the textures are definitely nicer with the newer ones. Especially with a darker themed base as well. There we go. Okay, so we need to actually make tungsten as well, which means we're going to have to put hot tungsten ingots through. Do we have enough? We're going to need to set up another distillation tower soon as well, because we need to process liquid air into all of these things. And I honestly really should have set this up by now, but I haven't. I've only got 182 buckets of helium. And how much does it take for... Oh, it's only 100 millibuckets. I still need to set up quad hatches on the EBFs. I think we're going to go and do that now. And we have got the quadruple import hatches. We actually need 2 of them, though. Alright. Have you still been playing this, by the way, mate? Are you still kind of working on your playthrough, or have you kind of moved on to other things? Alright. Let's see if we can actually get in here to sort this out. Basically, what we're going to do is, first of all, disable the inputs on this. Because there's no point in wasting the nitrogen if we don't need to. Plainly, you've restarted accidentally corrupted your files on your server. Ouch. Yeah, a backup hard drive is something that I could really do with getting, because I also do not have one. Okay, so we've got the quad hatches in there. Now, if we set that up again, and again. And we're also going to want to put helium in here. Unfortunately, this is going to put 32 buckets of helium in, so I think I might actually... switch this over to counting filters. Just so we don't fill like 32 buckets of helium when we don't have much at all. So we just set it to like 8. Yeah, we just set it to like 8 buckets of each. And that should be fine. But now I'm curious what it actually did with the regular filter that was in there before. Since I copied that, I don't know what it actually did with the regular filter. Actually, that's a very good question. What the fuck did it do with it? Right, so now we should be able to use helium for speeding up the recipes that use it as well. Which... don't need HV, kind of speed run into EV at least before starting to build base. That's fair. It definitely gets a lot easier the further you get in. Alright. Tungsten ingots. Right, we need to do that recipe. Although we need to replace that with that. And that's on circuit 2, right? Yes, okay. If we just grab, say, 8 tungsten ingots. That has not worked. Okay. Ah, yeah, that's right. I need the fucking nichrome coils, don't I? Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Right, so how many coils do we actually need? To be honest, that's something I've wanted to do in a Greg Tech pack as well. That kind of overgrown, kind of almost like dilapidated, nature's taken over kind of ancient city kind of feel. Really nice aesthetic. And definitely like something different to the norm for like Greg Tech based packs. Because most Greg Tech based packs have something similar to this, honestly. So it's always nice to see something different. Right, okay, so we need nichrome coils. If we want to convert all of these to nichrome, how many are we going to need? 2, 1, 2. So 10, 20, 30 plus 42, I think it is. Am I doing the maths correctly there? 42? This is a very roundabout way of doing this, but... I'm actually going to need to make quite a lot of nichrome coils. Yeah, 42. I'm going to need to make a lot of nichrome coils. I wonder if it's worth... setting these up to work at IV. Do we need IV power for tungsten? No, just EV. Right, if we make a recipe for the 4-amp energy hatches... Wait, do I not have a recipe for EV energy hatches yet? Wait, no, I definitely made a recipe for those. Oh, no, I didn't. I made the recipe for the dynamos, didn't I? Not the hatches. We should still have everything we need for them, though. So that is both no circuit assemblers. And I'm in the wrong place. We need to be in here. But yeah, if we just make 4-amp EV hatches, that way we can run all of these at IV, with IV power. We should speed things up significantly, and we should have plenty of power to cover that. And one of your biggest builds inside a massive hand-built cave. You love that world. Got to leave with the rest of your modded worlds. Ouch. One of these days I would like to go back to my my All the Mods 9 world. I've always planned to get the Greg Star. And the last time I played it was when I was the first few days of when I was off, or when I was away for 2 weeks. And I got the star. I always planned to get the ATM star automated and then start working on the Greg Star. And I got to the ATM star bit, having that automated. But then I just kind of never got around to the Greg Star bit. I planned to take a couple of days away, and then I just kind of never went back to it. Right, so we're also going to need 4 EV converters. What's going to be taking the time with this? Oh, also, we can cancel that, since there's not a great deal we can do with it at the moment. Since we do need the nichrome coils. Right, what is taking the time here for the energy hatches? Oh, right, it's going to be the... Yeah, it's going to be the chips, isn't it? Should be getting done up here. Yeah, the cutter's going through the MPIC chips. All right. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I wanted to get to that point, basically just so I had infinite energy. Because I wanted to do the Greg Star, but I didn't want to mess around too much with power. And one of the good things about the Greg Tech in the ATM packs, or any pack pretty much with Flux Networks, is you can power them using RF. They still got the 4-to-1 conversion ratio, from RF to EU. But you could just, rather than setting up Greg Tech power, or you just whack a flux point down on it and just power everything, and you just don't need to worry about it. I'm pretty sure it converts naturally. I don't know, actually. There's been very few packs like Greg Tech packs I've played that have had Flux Networks in them, so I've not really got any kind of reference besides All the Mods 9. There we go. 4-amp energy hatches. Right. Now we've got to try and find our way into here. Oh, I'm also going to need 4 more heat-proof inbar casing, since we are going from 2 energy hatches down to 1. So, 4-amp energy hatch there. Perfect. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that, and that, and that. Oh, crap. And then that goes there, that goes there. No, not modern industrialization. The Greg Star from All the Mods 9. Don't even get me started on modern industrialization. I cannot stand that mod. I have a lot to say about modern industrialization. And it's got to a point where I refuse to play any pack that has it in anymore. Or at least any pack that requires its use. Wait, well, I've only got 2 EV energy converters. Didn't I make 4 of them? Oh no, we're in the process of making 4 of them. Oh, it's... Ugh. This is driving me up the wall. Wait, why is it... I'm confused. Why is it crafting circuits here? I don't understand why it's crafting the circuits. It should not be crafting those. Oh, I've got 2 sets. Why have I got 2 sets of EV converters? I don't know why I had 2 sets of EV converters in there. That's a little weird, but okay. Right, if we cancel that, that means something is going to be crafting somewhere that we don't want to be crafting. I don't know what. That's better. Yeah, for some reason, I can't get it to automatically, whenever I set up a recipe, say we're doing like the EV converters, for example, like putting the recipe into the pan encoder, it will, if I've got another EV circuit auto craftable, it always seems to pick that rather than the universal one, and I keep forgetting to switch it over. So that's kind of annoying. I need to just be a little bit more kind of vigilant, I guess, about doing that. Most packs make you use FE now with the config change that you said. Yeah, when I first tried it, like I first tried it in Neotech. I got as far as getting to electric machines and then stopped because the way they handle overclocking is just weird to me. Like their overclocking system is just makes so little sense. It's N still, isn't it, that we need for superconductors? Yeah, the overclocking system made so little sense, so I stopped them. But then when it was in All the Mods 10, I decided, right, I'm gonna give it a proper chance. Like I'll play the mod as it was intended, using their power systems and like without cheesing anything. And oh my god, it was probably one of the worst experiences I've had playing with mods in the past. It was horrible. It's just the overclocking system alone makes me not want to use it. Yeah, exactly. It's the way they have the overclocking works in it. It means it's a variable amount of power usage. Which to me just makes no sense. Like, why would you do that? Like, why have it like a variable amount? Like, it means one of the things I love about mods like GregTech is that, and I was saying this yesterday after Matt raided, it's all quantifiable. Like you can always say, you can look at a recipe and say you're looking at kind of macerating like raw iron, for example. You can look at the recipe for this, if I can find it. You can look at the recipe for this and say, look, okay, I know that this is going to use, without any overclocking, is going to use 2 EU per tick. It is going to use that no matter what. Whereas so you can say with one, you can run 16 of these on one LV 1 amp cable before you start running out of power, assuming you're using superconductors and there's no cable loss. You know that you can run 16 of them. Whereas with modern industrialization, you don't know how many you can use because depending on how often it's running, it's going to be using more or less power. So you can't quantify it, and it's just such a strange approach to me. But I come from playing a fair amount with GregTech. And GregTech has obviously had many, many years to kind of refine itself. That, so far at least, modern industrialization hasn't had. So maybe it will get better over time, but I just feel like their kind of like design philosophies and their approach to it, just they don't fit with the way I like to play. And it just makes little to no sense to me. Right. Okay, with that being said, I was about to do something else, and I already forgotten what that was. There was something else I was going to do, and I cannot remember. But we are going to be waiting quite some time for Nichrome. Bear in mind, it's 22 seconds each, and oh shit, and we have 180 to craft. It might take a little while. Are we keeping up with this? With the with this? No, we could probably do with speeding this up to EV as well. This is taking 8. Well, it's taking 8.4 seconds. Yeah, we could do with speeding this up. Where's my energy hatch? Okay, right. If we just do... Nope, we don't want a 4 amp energy hatch. We just want a regular one. Anyway, I'm gonna stop complaining about modern industrialization now because I get to play with GregTech instead, so I'm happy. Right, we just need an EV 1 amp EV converter. And we're gonna have to... actually, what we could probably do is we could probably just go and... Oh, actually, that's a point. I forgot I added the temp pad into here. I completely forgot I added the temp pad. We should be able to make this. We're going to need to make magnesium diboride wire. Potentially. Does anybody know what the difference between the two is? Is it just purely a... Oh, no, that requires a fuel item to use. That doesn't. Okay, maybe we wait until we can do this one then. Because the only things we're going to be missing are signalum plates and tungsten carbide plates. Oh, wait, what are we waiting for on the EV converter? Again! It's... Oh, I'm... They're both using universal circuits. Why have I got so many Why have I got so many recipes for EV converters in here? What the... Why? I genuinely have no idea why. I had like 3 different recipes for the converters. Yeah, I did notice that the normal one uses money pennies, which I'd rather not do. We're not too far off getting the other one anyway. Yeah, I did cancel the fuck! I cancelled the coils. Oh well, never mind. We still need. I don't know. I can't be bothered to do the maths. There we go. Right. That means we are going to make a little bit extra nichrome, but that's fine. All right. So EV 1 converter. All right. So if we get rid of that, get rid of that. Stick that down there, and that down there. There we go. That's a little bit quicker. 4.2 seconds. That should be able to keep up with it. Yeah, we are going to have a lot of extra nichrome. Since we had a bunch in there already when we cancelled it. But that's fine, because we are going to need nichrome coils elsewhere as well, so that is fine. What are we doing? How are we doing in terms of efficiency with this? Because normally this would be 43.5 seconds, or 21.75 seconds, and 7,680 EU per tick. Oh yeah, so we're not actually going to be getting any benefit from the coils at the minute, since I don't think we're high enough above them for it to... high enough above the temperature for it to actually affect it, since we do only have Canthal coils in there at the moment. We get no benefit from that at the minute, but once we get the nichrome in there, should be good. Right, now I've got to find something to do in the meantime. And one of the things we do need to do is make more phosphorus-doped silicon balls. We also need to check on this lot, which is going to take forever to go through all this. Oh, there's so much to process. Again, once we get to multi-blocks, we can do away with all this. Right, okay, so we are going to need more phosphorus. That was one of the things we needed. And that's one of the reasons we were doing all of the apatite. So if we just... we should have a bunch of phosphate now. So if we just process all of that... I don't think we have any other use for the phosphate at the moment. Wait, is it Guitar Lily? How come? Is it so? Because you can't extract? Do you have to extract from like the bottom or something with it? Oh, it's broken altogether. That's not good. Right, yeah. So if we just grab the phosphate that we have, and we're electrolyzing this, right? Yes. All right. So we want to extract from there. 5 at a time. Okay, that should get us some phosphorus. Made 1 block with water on top, then barrel was full of air. So I have to right click it to get rid of the air. Oh, so that seems very, very broken. We put it mildly. Alright. So we need gallium arsenide. How much arsenic do I have? A little bit. We can make more gallium arsenide if we need it. If we just make, I think we did 10 of these before. So if we do another 20 of these, that means we're going to need 160 phosphorus and 40 gallium arsenide dust. 40 of those. And what did I say I needed? 160? That's what, 128. That's another 32. Yeah, 2.5 stacks. Plus we need 20 stacks of... can you go in there, please? Thank you. Plus we need 20 stacks of silicon. Right? We're doing 20 more of these. Yeah, so 20 stacks of silicon. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Beautiful. Okay. And now I used up 10 buckets of lava and made 1 obsidian altogether. Yeah, that seems incredibly broken. Is there anything... is there any kind of what do they call it? Like issue? Anything on the issue tracker about it? Like, has anyone else complained? How are we doing for the nichrome? 26 of 42. We still have a long way to go. Okay. Right. What else do we need to look at then? We do need to start thinking about making distilled air. And electrolyzing that. Sorry, distilling that. I don't know, actually. Shouldn't be. Oh, it's Max Respirator is EV. But yeah, it won't let you... The EBFs won't let you run higher tier recipes than the coil... even if you're putting more power into it, EBFs... I think it's a way of stopping people, like, skipping progression. Yeah, I think it's just a way of, like, stopping you skipping progression. So you can get up to IV power, but technically you're only putting in... if you've only got an EV energy hatch on there, even if it's a 4 amp EV energy hatch or 2 amp ones, it will still only allow you to run EV recipes. That way you can't kind of run higher tier recipes. Although then that kind of breaks down a little bit when you think that you need MV power in order to get your first aluminium in most things. So, and you have to do that with 2 LV hatches. So I don't know then. That's kind of weird. I think my reasoning is kind of sound, although it does break down a little bit with the kind of aluminium thing, but I think it is just a way to stop people skipping progression. The 2 LV hatches to run EV recipes is... I don't know. Or maybe it is the fact that we are just using a single 4 amp EV energy hatch. And if we had 2 4 amp EV energy hatches, it would let us run it at LUV. Or it would run IV recipes. I don't know. Yeah, that's actually a very good question. I'm very, very unsure. Also, I'm curious how much power we're using at the moment. A lot. We are using a significant amount of power while that's running. Hey, Sleeper, enjoy the lurk, man. I appreciate it. Bug report for that was filed on July 2024. Yeah, we don't want to be running that too often, I guess. That's fine. Anyway. I need to figure out what I'm going to do in terms of, like power storage later on and power transfer. I don't know if I want to continue using converting to RF and then transferring via like RF around and then using converters, or whether I want to start just transferring EU around. Because at a certain point, we're going to start getting to the power substation, for significantly better power storage. And then we just got to decide whether we want to output from this. Since we can only do 16 amp, I think, dynamo hatches. Or we can only do 16 amp converters, at least. Ren, welcome Raiders. How are you guys doing? How was the stream, Ren? How was FTB? It's FTB Skies you're playing, right? FTB Skies 2. How is it going? And for those who do not already know Ren and are not already following him, why the hell not? Go and fix that now. Not by default, Furious, no. I think they have got scripts there if you want to add it yourself, but I chose not to. The only additional mod I added that they've added kind of compat scripts for was Tempad. Yuki, how are you doing? Mrs. Frost, welcome. How are you guys doing? What about you? And yes, FTB Scars too. It's a damn good pack, to be fair. A couple of recipe bugs, but they will get fixed. The only thing that stopped, or the main thing that stopped me wanting to play that is the fact that it's got modern industrialization in it. It doesn't, from what I've seen, it doesn't look like it's necessary to use it. It's not like a required at any point. But I just, like, anything with modern industrialization now just puts me off. Yeah, welcome everybody. We are currently playing Monifactory, mostly at the minute just waiting for nichrome coils, because I kind of poorly planned things and forgot that I was going to have to wait for those. Raidy type thing. How you doing, Wolfie? You're surviving at the moment? That's good. But yeah, we've been kind of switching between kind of progression and actually base building for once. So we've actually got a decent base for once. It's not kitchen sink quest pack with 1,000+ quests. Complain, however. Just that you're avoiding MLA. I can't stand that mod. I've already been complaining about this a lot today because it was brought up earlier too. But yeah. I don't think the FTB pyramid does. I think I did have a look through it, and it looks like there is alternate recipes. There's one there's like a recipe that does use modern industrialization, and then there's an alternate one that doesn't. Might do a proper return to a GTNH eventually. I mean, why not, Yuki? Got confirmed in Slow's chat. Yeah, I did have a quick look through the quest book. I also completely forgot about the fact that, like, I did get kind of annoyed initially that there was no twerking to grow crops or trees. And then I forgot about the way they'd done it in Ocean Block 2, that you needed a hoe in your hand or your offhand. Guess they know that people hate the mod. Yeah. I guess that's it. I'm glad they changed it in all the mods 10 so it wasn't needed. They changed it a little late for me because I'd already gone through all the stuff for modern industrialization then, and then they changed it. But talking with hoe does make sense, to be fair. Yeah, I didn't even I didn't really even remember that was a thing. I was just kind of like getting frustrated with it that I was waiting for trees to grow, and then all I could have done is just made a wooden hoe, and I'd have been fine. Right, we've just got 5 more nichrome coils to go, and then we can upgrade all of these and actually start making tungsten. Finally. Speaking of which, what else do we need for the actual miner? Not a huge amount, honestly. The only like really difficult bit here is going to be the miner itself, which is the only thing we haven't got right now is tungsten. Oh, I do need to make sure that I'm going to guess this recipe was messed up as well. Yeah, it's not using the universal ones. If anybody knows of a way, like I've asked this already once, but if anybody knows of a way that I can get this to always choose one particular recipe, when you've got 2 recipes that would work for something, how can you make it always choose a specific one? Because it's driving me nuts, because I keep forgetting to change it. Post teacher. Yeah, I did notice that when my wooden hoe died pretty quickly. Suggested workaround did work, so you stay on for a while longer. What was the workaround? I don't think it is, because they're both done in separate areas, in separate places. Basically, the way this works is you've got universal circuits which you can convert any, because with GregTech, for anyone who doesn't know, with GregTech there are, for each of the various voltage tiers, there's like 3 or 4 different types of circuits. And that makes it really awkward when you're automating things, because if it's choosing to craft like if you say you set up a recipe and it uses this tier of circuit, and then you suddenly start making these ones, you then have to go back and change all of the recipes that use this circuit to this one. But what they've done in Monifactory is they've made it so you can convert any of the other the same voltage tier circuit into a universal one. So basically you can just put the universal one into the recipes, and then all you need to do is change in one place which recipe is getting converted to the universal one, and then you only have to change recipes in a single place, but it keeps choosing the other recipes rather than the universal ones. The universal ones are being done in here. I've tried setting this at a higher priority than anything else, and it's still not choosing these. So, like, I can't find a way to get it to work. It's a little confusing and a little annoying. Hey, we have now got our 42 nichrome coils. Beautiful. We are going to have to make another 26 shortly. And then probably a whole bunch more as well, because there's no reason not to upgrade all of our EBFs to the highest tier coil we can... Well, the highest tier coil we can be bothered to make, I guess, is... why are you still giving off particle effects? All you need doing was spray the barrel, change to a pipe, close the packet. That's a really annoying workaround, though. Disabling I don't use auditing anyway. I don't use replacements. I kind of very rarely, if ever, use them. So that wouldn't actually help, unfortunately. And there we go. Right, we should now be able to make tungsten. Hey, there we go. It's using a shitload of power, but that's fine. Actually, that is using a ridiculous amount of power. I very rarely use replacements. Fluid replacements I tend to use, but otherwise I don't do it with items, just because I like to know what's getting used. Unless it was fixed and Cuboid did not get the fix. It could be, I guess, that they didn't upgrade to, or didn't kind of update the mod. But it would be a weird thing to do, I think. 30 seconds per ingot. There we go. We have our first tungsten. Fantastic. Right, tungsten is a material that requires an EV electrolyzer, chemical bath, and an electric blast furnace with at least nichrome coils. And is only found from tungstate dust and scheelite dust obtained from their respective ores. Tungstate is also obtainable in small quantities from centrifuging end stone dust. Scheelite and tungstate need to be bathed in hydrochloric acid to make tungstic acid, then electrolyzed to get to the tungsten, which then needs to be cooked in the EBF for tungsten ingots. Although you don't really need a great deal of tungsten ingots. We are going to need at least another 8 more, though, than we are currently making, because we need to make 4 tungsten gears. And one of these days, I will remember that I have my staff of traveling. I can get around a whole lot quicker. Right, once we've got those, we can then make the large miner. This needs to be run at least EV, doesn't it? So we just need an EV. Oh, actually, am I going to be able to run this? Oh, this is going to be awkward. How much RF per tick would that be? So if it runs at 2048, if it runs at 1 amp of EV, which I'm just going to, until I know otherwise, I'm going to assume it does. We're going to need at least 8,192 RF per tick from, because we're gonna be using numismatic dynamos for the time being, in order to power these things. So how do we want to do that? I guess we could just do 2 numismatic dynamos. We're not going to be using this like constantly. This is going to be something that we set up. We're mostly making this so that we can get more tungstate and scheelite to get more tungsten. That's the main reason we're doing this. Hey, and we got a... Wait, that second 8 tungsten ingots came through very quickly. Okay, well, I'm cool with that. Right, so if we make our advanced... Why? Where are you asking for? Oh, it's for the freaking... Wait, no, wait, what is it? Why? Why are you asking for HV circuits? It's for making the Didn't I just change this? Yeah. So I'm a little confused. Where is it wanting that for? I've only got 1 large miner thingy, and that's using the IV universal circuits. Oh shit, I know why that is. Because at the minute we're making these IV circuits, we actually need to be making these now. I'm making the wrong IV circuits, that's why. Okay, right, that's fine. So at the minute we're making the microprocessor. We actually don't need either of those in there anymore. Because we are passiving EV circuits now. There might be a situation where we need more of them, so we might need to set the recipe up again for those, but for right now, I think we just need to do this. Although we're doing it with liquid tin instead. And we're not doing it with the complex SMDs either. We are just doing it with the regular SMD diodes. Okay, there's a few things we're going to have to set up here. Shit, okay. We also can't do lumium wire yet either. So we can't actually make these yet. Can we make lumium yet? That's not what we want. I mean, technically, yes. No, we can't. We need RTM alloy for that. Okay, so those two things that I just got rid of, I actually need to bring back again. Ah, hell. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so we need to get back to making these then. Which we can do with... I can't remember which recipe it was we used before. I think it was probably that one. That's chemical reactor. Yeah, that needs to be changed because that is no longer an HV one. That is EV. If we just set that up, no, set that up. Set it like that. Okay, right. Oh, and that was on the... I was wrong. That was correct. That is the assembler and not the circuit assembler. I'm having one of those days today where I'm just incredibly scatterbrained. Okay, so if we were to do that, we would be missing something else that we haven't got. That is the wrong recipe anyway. It's got the advanced SMD ones, which we don't need. We just need the regular. I guess that is the one we're going to have to do. Right, and this is obviously not going to work either, because we're going to be missing... We still need to make the microprocessor supercomputers. Which means we're unfortunately also going to need to make those as well. For the time being, at least. All that should be fine. And then we're going to have to make these again as well. Which are the MV circuits we're using? I think it is the microprocessors. I think those are the final tier of MV ones, right? Yeah. So those are the ones that are passive. So we just need to be able to make these, and we should be good. Hey, AK. Quiet as well. How are you guys doing? Why is everybody flopping as well? Okay, so hopefully that'll allow us to do this. Perfect. Okay, right. Now we should be able to make the large miner. It might take a little while, but that's fine. But hopefully soon we can actually get these passive. But we do need Lumium, which we're also going to have to passive. And we're also going to need the NOR memory chips as well, which means we're going to need another laser engraver. We're going to start running out of space for laser engravers soon. Hey, Hyena, how you doing, man? Not you almost replying out loud. I guess technically I am talking to you, so it kind of it makes sense to some degree. Okay, right, so while we're waiting on that, what else do we need again? We're going to need an output bus. Oh, one thing we do need to do. We do need to get drilling fluid passived because this uses 9 millibuckets per tick of drilling fluid. And it's doubled per overclock, but we're not going to be overclocking it, so that we don't need to worry about that just yet. But we do need drilling fluid, which means we are also going to need... I'm just going to do a 1K storage cell for this. I don't think we need anything more than that. I don't think we're ever going to need that much in the way of... drilling fluid. Okay, right, let's go and get that set up. Which we may as well do in here. But drilling fluid is literally just 20 millibuckets of lubricant and 5 buckets of water. Or almost 5 buckets of water. That's all it is. All that in a mixer in LV. Which we may as well just use we'll use an MV mixer, I guess. Since we do actually have an MV mixer. Need a 1 amp MV converter. We need an interface. 4.98 buckets. Because the other 5 is made up with the 20 millibuckets of lubricant. And that gives you 5 buckets of drilling fluid. What are the biggest power tiers in this pack? Most things are inside it and longest to go through. I'm not sure what you mean with most things inside it. Oh, do you mean basically? Are you basically saying like which power tier, like which is the longest power tier basically? I would probably say it's kind of hard to quantify actually because lower tiers are generally slower anyway. But that's just because they are just slower naturally. But they don't necessarily have as much content. Alright. That's kind of hard to say. Alright, we need that to go there. Uh-huh. Beautiful. I'm pretty sure something else used to be here, and I'm not sure what it was, because I don't know why that's there. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't remember tearing anything down. And then we need this so we can shut it off when we need to. Right, and this... If we just keep, say, 512 buckets of drilling fluid in there. And I've got the infinite water cell, but... Oh, I've run out of cauldrons. Never mind. I was going to say, but I keep using the infinite water covers. Of course, we don't have a circuit 7. Right, if we just make a stack of these... We'll just make a stack of them, just in case we need them for anything else. How am I doing? I'm doing alright today. For the most part. Right. I don't think there's much point in setting up an assembler purely for these. Because it would literally be setting up an assembler just for making cauldrons. Which seems a little excessive. More importantly, Quiet, how are you doing today? And how was Cooper yesterday? What are we waiting on here? Oh, pretty much what I thought we were going to be waiting on. Although I'm not entirely sure... why this is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Why are you not crafting my circuits? Hold on, let's figure that out in a second. Right, why is that not crafting the circuits? RAM chips and RAM wafers, that are probably what's holding it back. But why are they not crafting? Is this not... Oh, have I done that for all of them, or neglected to do that for all of these? I have. This one should be fine since we've used that already. That would explain why that was taking a while. Alright, tired, and Cooper's becoming a little troublemaker, learning how to get through barriers and ringing his outside bell purely to play and not use the bathroom. Aww. Alright, what else was I doing? Oh, drilling fluid. That's what we were working on. Speaking of which, I also need to make a sign. Alright, so... we are waiting on the water. Which I am going to have to redo the recipe for. Wait, no, it's using the HV universal circuit. Why was it crafting circuits then? Hold on. We're getting to that stage where you start realizing that lots of things are broken for no apparent reason. Apparently. Microprocessor assembly. Why is it not... why do we not have any micro... Oh... I know why. Because this actually now needs to be changed, doesn't it? Yeah, the whole point of this world, because we're no longer using the circuits in here. That's for HV, so we basically just need to switch that over, and it'll be fine. It's a little bit late for this, but that's okay. Right. So we'll put that on top of there. That will give it water. We need to output lube to there. And if we just keep like 100 millibuckets in there at any given time, that should be fine. Right, what do we need circuit-wise? We don't need anything circuit-wise. So why are you not working? Oh, because you do need stone dust. I mean, that makes sense. Thankfully, we do have 42,000 of it, so I think we're going to be fine. And we're literally not using it for anything else. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Right, so that'll go in there. Extract that. There we go. Right, and then we just got to extract from here and shove it back into the ME system. Except we need this to also have a redstone card on it. And we want this to only extract when it's low signal, I think. No, high signal. So then when this gets over a certain amount, if we just say put it to like 1 bucket, that should shut off, and then this shouldn't put output anything more. Perfect. Okay, right. If we keep that at 512 buckets for the time being, that should be fine. What are we still waiting on for this? Because something's still not working. Oh no, it's working. It's just taking an insanely long time. Probably should upgrade that at some point soon. But again, soon, TM, we'll be getting to multi-blocks. Hey, Pat, how you doing? Right, so Rick and cute, but he's also starting to want to chew everything that he can, including people's hands. I'm guessing he's at least not got, like, especially sharp teeth yet, though. I've just realized this isn't going to work. Because I have it in an HV assembler. Whoops. Probably should have checked that. Let's make sure this is not trying to craft anything that it doesn't need to. That's fine. Okay. You doing good? How about me? I'm doing all right. Yeah, we set this up in an HV assembler, and it has to be an EV one. Thankfully, it's nice and easy to exchange when we eventually get the actual assembler. Which is apparently going to take a while, because we need to wait for Canthal. which is slowly coming in. Is it worth upgrading the mixer? Because we have only got an HV mixer at the moment. But again, like I'm very hesitant to upgrade any of these machines because we will have multi-block variants of them fairly soon. Okay, there's the assembler. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Circuit 2. That's better. Okay. That should give us the miner. Needs to let him to learn not to bite. That's fair. Okay, so what else do we need for the miner? We need an input hatch. The miner itself, which we now have. We need an import hatch. We should only need an LV one for that, because we only need 9 millibuckets per tick. What else do we need? We've got the output bus. We're going to need an EV energy hatch. And we're also going to need an EV converter. What else do we need? 15 steel frames and a bunch of solid machine casings. Okay. There's the energy hatch. 15 of those. And if we just do 10 of those, I don't know if we need the exactly 8 that it has on there, or whether, because I can't remember how many hatches it used in the setup on this. I guess fine though. Okay, right. Anyway, we've got that. We have... Oh, right, yeah, because some of those were used in... to make the solid steel casings. Okay, that's fine. Right, the next thing is then, how are we going to power this? I'm kind of feeling like we're just going to have to use two numismatic dynamos for it. Welcome back, Quiet. Ooh. Oh. Never mind. Right, so we need 2 numismatic dynamos. We are going to have to use components for these. Wait, hang on. So how much did it say it was? It was, if it's 8,192, how much do these generate by default? That was not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. 2,500. So if we do one of them with 3 efficiency and 1 component, and then another one with just 4 efficiency, that should get us plenty. So we're going to need 7 of those. And that should give us enough power. We just need another ender chest, which I can't actually remember what code I used for the ender chest. Let's go and find out. It should be down here. Green, green, black by the looks of it. All right, the other thing we're going to have to do here is set up an actual proper input into the system as well. Because we've not actually done that yet. That's what we say. It was green, shit. Green, black. Yeah, there we go. That's all me diamonds. Perfect. Right, we do need 2 more ender chests. One to use as like the main input into the ME system, and another to use as actually at the miner. Sorry, I was kind of trailing off in the middle of that, wasn't I? So we need 2 green, 2 blue, and do I have any red dye? I do not have any red dye. Do I have any poppies? I do have poppies, though. And... oh, why can I never remember this? What is it that I need to right-click onto these to expand them? I want to say it's Eyes of Ender, but I'm not sure. It is Eyes of Ender, is it? Okay. I can't remember how many we need to fully upgrade it. Oh, just 2. Okay. Oh, well, that works. Beautiful. All right, so one of those can go on here. Write it down. How are you supposed to decompress after work? I don't know. I hear there are people streaming. There's this site called Twitch. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. They occasionally play things like games on there, and you can watch it. Or, if you want a similar experience, just go to the YouTube comments sections on videos. You get a kind of a fairly similar amount of shit from there. All right, where was the... oh, we want to go over here. Because I know... I did check this out before the stream. There is a... well, that works. There we go. Right, there is tungsten and scheelite somewhere around... or tungstate and scheelite somewhere around here. Yeah, wait, was this? Oh, yeah, it was this. Yeah, so we got tungstate and scheelite here. So if we just build this like somewhere above here. You've been absent, you miss people. People miss you as well. Oh, I'm going to need an ender tank too, aren't I? Because I'm just going to need to output the drilling fluid as well. I didn't think about that. Okay, that's fine. That's not too much of a big deal. Let's get this set up first, though. Oh, another thing I wanted to test out. I think I can just do that to build it. I might have to move some things around, but we can just use the terminal to auto-build it. Why was that showing as a solid machine casing? That was not a solid machine casing. Wait. Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right, we'll turn that around like that, and then we'll do the input hatch and the output bus there. How do we want to approach this? I kind of want to put stuff into a barrel first, just because I want to know what's going to be output into this. And then we need the converter. And this is the bit that's going to be marginally trickier, because I now don't know exactly how we want to do this. Not like that. We do that. And that. And we can put the ender chest there. Then fill those. I'm going to need to find a quicker way of setting all this up, because this is going to be kind of awkward. Can I set a temporary home point here? Yes, good. Okay. Right, so let's go and sort out the drilling fluid. It's not a full release yet, though, is it, Chloe? Like, are they? It is still. I'm assuming it's still a beta. I'm assuming the documentation will come with time, but you would hope that it would have had documentation to start with, but I guess that's not always going to be the case. All right, so I need ender tanks. I should have my cauldrons over here as well. There we go. We should be good for cauldrons for a little while. Okay, so drilling fluid. What color do we want to actually set this as? I've got a lot in the way of dyes. I'm kind of thinking yellow, 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 but I don't think we've got... Oh, no, we should have enough dandelion. There we go. That will be our drilling fluid. All right, and we need an export bus. We actually don't need an extended one, but we'll use it because that's what we got at the minute. Then we'll do that. Stick that on there. This isn't going to work at first, I don't think. As expected. There we go. Right. Yeah, it doesn't like to... It will only input and output on the top and the bottom, which is kind of annoying. Okay, so if we go back over here... this is going to be frustrating, isn't it? We set that up there. It's got drilling fluid in it. And if we just keep no more than, say, like 500 millibuckets in there at any given time. There we go. So we've got drilling fluids. All right. And if we just turn this off for now. Insert into there. Diamonds. And then clone that. That'll give it some power. Hopefully that's going to be enough. So 6,250 plus 2,500 should be enough for that. And if we turn that on, it does replace it with cobble. Yeah, okay, so that's we do get the byproducts as well. So whenever we put this over like an ore vein, we need to make sure that we are going to be dealing with all of the byproducts, and we have somewhere for all the byproducts to go. How are you doing, Tribble? But yeah, I know we've got spots for all this already. But yeah, the good thing about the miner is that it does give you triple the amount of crushed ores as you would get if you just kind of processed the ores themselves. So if we just extract from there, that's can be on black. And then insert into there. So we know everything that's in this chunk. We should, or within this 3x3 chunk area, we should be able to deal with... Oh, there is lithium ore there, though, as well. Are there any byproducts from that that's going to cause problems? Lithium, we know we already have. Then just more lithium and more lithium. No, okay, so it's just extra lithium, basically. All right, so if we set this to... Yeah, we need to chunk load it. I think we only need to chunk load the chunk that's in there. But there we go. Right, that should give us a... all the stuff that's coming from there should be going directly into the subnetwork we set up earlier. Yeah, there it is. What do I want to do about the appetite? Because we've just got like a ridiculous amount of appetite being processed at the moment. And like I don't think we need it for the time being. We were mostly doing that for phosphorus. Throw it all away and tell people you lost your appetite. But then I can't throw things away, Tribble. I might need it later. Minecraft is about the only time that I become a hoarder. I don't like throwing things away. Alright, so that will go through all of that lot. And then if we just grab the scheelite from here... I'm going to need some more signs as well, actually. Just to make it a little easier for me to remember what's going into which of these barrels. So, raw ores would go into there. Crushed ore would go into there. I think that would be... What do we get from the crushed ores? Purified. We don't even need the orbit, do we? Get rid of that. We've got the raw, crushed, purified, and what do we get from that? That is a good question. Refined. So if we ever get any of those ores in... I haven't got any sticks. If we ever get any of those ores in ME system where we need to process them, we know where they go. Fantastic. Okay. Hey, Tyler. What's the biggest storage you can get in this pack? Probably storage drawers, honestly. I don't know exactly how much you'll get with storage drawers and maximum capacity upgrades on them. Or technically, well, it's not storage drawers, it's functional storage, technically. Although, actually, no. Technically, the largest storage you can get is the creative chest. Technically. We're a little ways off that yet, though. Alright, so mid-game, we've got our nichrome coils, we've got the tungsten. Right, so from there, what are we working on? We've mostly been working on getting tungsten sorted today. And also getting a large miner set up as well. I do need to find a better way of getting that thing set up, though. So we've already got another 700 odd Sheelite there. Have we got any tungstate yet? Yeah, and we've got a bunch more tungstate as well. So this will mean a lot more tungsten for us, which is good, because we're going to need the tungsten for making extreme combustion engines, as well as a whole bunch of other things. Right. Finally, time for getting digital chapter. It's getting very cramped in your 182 drive. Well, hopefully you'll have more of them, and hopefully it'll be A2 will work a little better than it did in the original. Okay, this is another thing we want as well, the Omni Breaker. The Omni Breaker is going to be fantastic, basically, for just building, honestly. A modern Vajra. Never used the Vajra, actually. I never got that far. The Omni Breaker can insta-mine anything, break individual blocks with right-click. So yeah, we want to get some of this sorted out. We do need... Wait, can we make quantum stars at the minute? I feel like we can. Yes, we can. Okay. Run out of storage in the drives yet? Nope. Not even close. All these 1K ones aren't actually getting used at the moment, so... How's it going? It's going alright, Sleeper. It's not too bad. How are things with yourself? How's the pack dev going? Yeah, we've still got 199 tungsten. Alright, I do want to go back and check on this. I don't know how long this is going to take to mine all of these out. It's not there yet. We are keeping up power-wise. Although it's not doing anything. No, it is doing something. Wait. I'm not sure what that is. Is that where it's mining? Yeah, well, yeah, working towards starting mid-game, finding out resource production, recipes. Cool. I think I got the general gist of it. Like, usually when, like, your brain just has these massive kind of brain farts, and you type something out. It makes sense in your head, then when it comes out in words, it's just complete gibberish. It happens to me all the time. I can generally make sense of it. I've not been enjoying any heat, Tyler. I am very much a cold weather person. Give me snow and rain and thunderstorms over heat waves any day. So the temperatures have been pretty horrible. We're not even at 30 degrees in here today, which is nice. You hate the hot weather as well, Sleeper? Yeah, it's not nice, is it? It's not fun. Right. We need to get to the RTM alloy coils. Also, we need to claim that. Large ore drilling plants mine ores from under them in a large radius that require drilling fluid to operate. They automatically macerate the ores, yielding 3 times more crushed ore than a normal macerator, plus the normal amount of byproducts. There we go. Right, that's what we were doing over there. Let's move what's left of, or what we've got so far of the tungstate and scheelites into here. We're still getting more in, but this should start processing these once it's gone through all this. How are we doing for the... How are we doing for phosphorus? Over 1,000 of it now, which is pretty nice. Okay, right. This is about as far as I'd planned for today, by the way. The point. This is the point where I'd kind of got to. You're in your lunch outside to get some fresh air and it's warm. Are you generally a fan of the heat, Tyler, or are you like me and Sleeper and just can't stand it? Finished getting design for your beehives worked out. Which bee mod are we talking? Productive or resourceful? I'm assuming productive, since resourceful doesn't tend to get used all that much anymore. Right. It is productive. Okay. We need to make tungsten steel. In order to make tungsten steel, we need an EV mixer with steel dust and tungsten. What tier mixer do we have? I don't think we have an EV one. Because tungsten steel is basically what we're going to need for a lot of the IV stuff. I am starting to wonder if I am getting a little ahead of myself here, though. I might need to slow down a little bit and work a little bit more on infrastructure. You're indifferent to heat, can deal with it, but prefer it to be a little cooler. I mean, that's the thing with heat, I guess. Like, it's far easier to cool yourself, to warm yourself up than it is to cool yourself down. In my experience, at least. Right. We need an EV mixer, which we can make everything for, although, once again, it's not used the universal circuits. But thankfully, this time, I did actually check it. Right. Wait, I didn't already have an EV mixer recipe, did I? So I do have a habit of kind of repeating recipes for some weird reason. But no, it looks like we do not have one. So if we just make one of those and an EV converter. We will just, I think, I think what I might actually do is just make a dedicated EBF for tungsten steel. Not have it passived yet, but just have a dedicated EBF for it. Although if I do that, though, it's still going to be slower than using the 4 EBFs that we currently have for request crafting. Although that is the Circuit 1 mixer, right? Yes. Right, now let's make a recipe for tungsten steel. And then it's probably just about time to... Well, actually, we'll get the recipe set up for tungsten steel. We'll make a bunch of it, and then it's probably time to head to... for a break. Almost on time. Almost. Right, mixer, circuit 1. Let's just make 16 of those for now. Make sure this is going to work. Mistake. Wait, what mistakes have been made, Guitar Lilin? I think you're only making 18 stacks of slime. Wait, how? You only need 2 slime and you're making 18 stacks. I mean, at least you'll have some left over. I'm not going to answer that question, Tribble. For legal reasons. All right, so that gets us tungsten steel, dust, and then we need to do the recipe for tungsten steel ingots. We can do that with helium. I think the next thing we actually need to do is probably to get liquid air distillation set up. I think that's what we'll do when we get back off from break. Like as much as I want to get more into making tungsten steel and everything else that comes with it, I feel like we do need to get a few other things sorted as well. But in the meantime, hopefully this is going to work. It does appear to be. Each one of those is... Seriously? I genuinely expected that to be considerably longer than 17 seconds. That's not terrible. That is not terrible at all. All right, maybe we might be able to get to the Omni breaks today, actually. But we've still got to do the... Because we're going to need helium, basically. There's a bunch of recipes that if we put them through the EBFs with helium, it will speed up the recipe slightly. So basically, we need to get helium, and our best methods for getting helium are, well, probably liquid ender air, but that's... We don't really want to be running this constantly at the moment at IV. We are getting a little bit from lightly steam-cracked gas, but mostly we'll be getting it from liquid air, I think. It's only 1 bucket every 50, from every 50 buckets of liquid air, but that should be fine. Yeah, I think that's our best option at the moment. And in order to get that, we're also going to need a vacuum freezer in order to vacuum freeze the air. So we'll set that up when we get back. Once we've got that set up, what I'll probably do is make sure we've got all of the tungsten being kind of processed that we have coming in. I would also like to get a few other bits and pieces mined if we can. There was one that I thought about and now I've completely forgotten what it was. But we'll figure that out when we get back. In the meantime, though, I am going to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around. Why was that quoted? What? That's a perfectly reasonable quote. We are vacuum freezing air. I'm confused. Anyway, if you guys have been sat down for a while, I suggest you do the same thing as me. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom. Make sure you grab a drink if it is hot where you are. Keep yourself hydrated. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for the welcome back. All right, so we've got our 16 tungsten steel. Beautiful. Right, tungsten steel is an alloy of tungsten and steel. Really? You don't say. This alloy is cooked in an electric blast furnace and cooled in a vacuum freezer. Wonderful. Okay. I think we are going to want to get that passive, though. Like, there's a few other things I would like to get passive as well. But first things first, let's go and check on the... That's not where I wanted to be. That's where I wanted to be. It's dark. This might have finished. It does appear to have finished. Excellent. Okay. Let's get ourselves up here. Right, we can probably tear this down now. We just need to... Actually, we'll leave it where it is for now, and then we'll... When we know... when we know where we... What else... When I remember what it was that I wanted to... mine. We'll go and do that. Are we actually processing... Okay, we are going through the scheelite now as well. And it does get us a little bit of molybdenum and probably some other stuff as well. Did we get any lithium with this? We did get lithium there as well. We don't actually need to do anything with that. There we go. That will go through all of that and hopefully get us a decent amount of tungsten by the time it's done. Right. So, next thing... We need to set up... There's going to be 3 more distillation towers on here. One for liquid air, one for liquid nether air, and one for liquid ender air. We're probably just going to do the liquid air one for now. So if we do that, it means we're going to need a distillation tower with 5 outputs. And we are going to get a ridiculous amount of nitrogen from this. Right, how long will it take us to get 50 millibuckets of liquid air? Good, well, evening for me technically, but how you doing, V? Right, 50 buckets, well, 50 seconds, I guess it will take at HV. And that will take 100 seconds. We could upgrade that to EV, but honestly, I don't think I want to at the moment. I'd rather just deal with the... basically have it every 50 sec... every... Well, yeah, it would still be every 100 seconds, wouldn't it? But we would just be producing the liquid air quicker than that. Alright, anyway. One way or another, we need a distillation tower and a vacuum freezer. I do not have a recipe for vacuum freezers yet. I think I'm going to make all of the vacuum freezers for these now. Actually, no, I don't think I am. I don't know. We are probably going to need to do something different with the others. Or potentially. How are you doing, though, V? Right, so we need vacuum freezer. We also need a distillation tower. Is that... I'm guessing that's your son, V? The last 5 stacks of biomass are in the infusing factory. Now you just need to get all the clay in. Wait, what are you making? Guitar then. Life, how you doing? Alright, how many outputs did we say it was? 5? 5. One of those is going to have to be a HV, actually, isn't it? We're going to need an HV input hatch and 1 HV output. There's the input hatch. Because that can do 64 buckets and we need 50 in there, right? Yeah. So that'll work. And then we need an HP output hatch because one of them takes 35. One stack of melons worth of biomass. Fair enough. Right. Apple hatch. Distillation tower. We're going to need a couple of maintenance hatches. He's trying to wake up for the day and it's hard. Yeah, I can relate to that. Ooh, I dropped some frames at some point today. Right, so it's maintenance hatches. Do we get any... We do get crushed ice as an output from this as well. Also, is there anything else here that we need... that we don't already have a storage cell for? I'm pretty sure we do with the nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide I'm not sure about. Argon I'm pretty sure we don't have. Yeah, we've got both carbon monoxide and dioxide, so that's fine. We definitely don't have argon, though. So we just need storage cells for argon and crushed ice. Is there any use for crushed ice? Like, can we actually do anything with this? Make bliss powder. We can compress it into ice. But for the most part, no. Unless we need liquid ice for anything, which it doesn't look like it. So if we just do a 1K storage cell for the crushed ice, and then we'll do a 4K for the argon. Alright, let's sort these out up here. Crushed ice. And then argon gas. Right, what else are we waiting on here? There was another maintenance hatch for the vacuum freezer. We need an output bus. An LV one should be fine. LV should be fine for the rest of these as well, because oxygen's 11 buckets. We get 16 buckets in an LV one. So, 4 LV output hatches. Alright, so let's go there. How much else do we need here? Also, how much space am I going to need for... Actually, let's grab some netherrack so we can figure out where stuff's going to go. Oh, we can put the... Like, I want a little bit of space here, because I want this to be like a little... So we can have like a little pathway. If we have a walkway through here, then we can have a path along here as well. In some capacity. So if we want to keep at least, like, say, 3 blocks of space, then we kind of want it to be like there, and then there. I guess we may as well put it for, like, right at the back of here. Honestly, there's very little reason not to do that. And then we've got a little bit of space at the front. But if we do that and we need to do anything else with this, which I think we do, because we still need to actually get the liquid air in there. So we do it to there. Yeah, so distillation tower there, vacuum freezer there, and then if we need to do anything else in this area at the back, like having the air collectors or gas collectors, that should be fine. Okay, right. So distillation tower, these can both be done in HV, right? We do 2 1-amp converters. Why do I have 9 HV energy hatches? Oh, I know 8 of them we removed from the EBFs to replace them with 4-amp EVs. We do 1 there, and then that's going to be probably, honestly, probably there. And then we'll have input hatch there. Output bus will go on the bottom. Then output hatch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maintenance hatch will go there. I'm not sure where we're going to put the maintenance hatch on this one. Probably on this side. With a vacuum freezer there. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 7, 14. 21, 28. 30, I think 36 stainless steel casings. Something like that. What do we need argon for anyway? I remember needing this for something. For processing the quadria, apparently. And a few other bits and pieces. Like some of the alloys that we're going to be running into soon. Once we start working on the multi-blocks. Okay, I might have slightly misjudged that. I need 3 more. There we go. Alright, what else do I need for this? We're going to need an output hatch. LV should be fine, since it should only be doing 4 buckets at a time. I think what I'll probably do is have a fluid draw in here. Just to kind of buffer between the two of them. And then we've got the energy hatches there. I'm going to need to mine out these. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be... I think we're going to have like a little bit now of slowing down on the progression front and trying to keep up with... and trying to kind of rebuild the infrastructure again to make sure everything is running smoothly. Because we have had a few situations recently where things have been running slightly less than smoothly. Oh, tungsten is going up now, though, which is good. Right, so what else do we need in here? We've got the output hatch. We're obviously going to need an input hatch. Which LV, again, should be fine for that. Got the energy hatch. Got maintenance. I think that's all we need. We just need the frost-proof casings. If we just do like 32 of those, that may or... well, that's probably... that is going to be enough. With a few left over. We are definitely going to need the few left over. I can't help but think I am forgetting something here. No, I guess not. Alright, fluid draw. Alright, let's see. We need that. I need more covered cables. We don't need to come as far as this, though, shouldn't we? And that should be where the interface is going to go. On there. What else do we need? Converters. They can go directly onto there, I think. One of those. Annoyingly, we are going to have those on the bottom as well. Why have I done that? Oh god, I screwed that up massively. I don't know what I've done here. Oh no, I do. I do know why I did that. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. That needs to be moved though. We should have been continuing this from here. I was meant to reorganize all of the cabling in here. And I completely forgot about it. Basically to get it to match what we've got on the other sides of here. What we should have had... is laser connectors on here. I think that's right. And then we need, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then there. That should be fine. Put that up to there. I've severely messed up the routing of things in this little section. All right, and we have power going to there. Power going to there. Okay, so those should be good now. All we got to do... Actually, I think what I might do... Possibly put that around to the side. I don't know. Anyway, right. We need gas collectors. I don't know how quickly these actually produce gas, though. Or air. 1 bucket per second, basically. We might just need an LV one of these, actually. So, if the vacuum freezer is doing these at 1 bucket per second at HV, yeah, we kind of just want an LV one. I might do an MV one anyway, just to be to future-proof a little bit. But yeah, we should be good with that. So we just need an MV gas collector. On the way by to the ME system. You'll have it back again soon though, right? Breakfast, mate. What's for breakfast this morning, V? So that's... Oh, wait. Has this used circuits in it at all? Yes, and again, they are not the universal ones. I'm glad I checked that again. It's MV, right? Yeah. All right. Cheerios with banana. Interesting combination. It sounds nice, though. Right, so we make one of these. I don't think what the best way to kind of approach this is going to be. I think I do want to do another fluid draw in between here, potentially. So if we have this here. I kind of don't want that on the floor, though. I prefer to have it there. Then we can have a fluid draw there. Although the only thing with that is if we have it on the... If we have it there, it doesn't line up with that, and it just feels a little off. Feels a little weird. And we put that there. We need an MV converter. Dead man boobs me. Well, you're boobing me now. How you doing, dead man? Uh-huh. And then we need another one of those. Another one of those. And then one of those. Meant to be boob. I mean, they are two very different things. How you doing though, dead man? How is your Wednesday? And it was what, circuit 1 for air, right? Yeah, right, circuit 1. That will produce air for us, and then we just pipe that into there. That will start vacuum freezing it, pushing it through into there, and then we actually want to turn this off because I've just remembered that we haven't actually sorted out the output of this yet. Oops. This is fine. It depends on the boobs, V. I guess. And there are certain ones that you definitely don't want to be suffocated. Like, I mean, kind of entirely suffocated. Like, it sounds like great in theory, but... I mean, I'm talking to, like, suffocating to the point of... passing out, dying. That wouldn't be great. Nobody needs that. I mean, that is true. There are definitely far worse ways to go. Are they blue-footed? I'm not sure. Quite possibly. I don't know much about boobs. Hang on, can we find a picture? There we go. I'm going to show boobs on stream. There we go. I am showing boobs on stream. There we go. Time to get cancelled. Or banned from Twitch. Alright, let's change the colour of that. Also, when you say sit on your face. That's like you speaking of tits in chat. I mean, there are some great tits out there. Alright, we need one of those, one of those. And we need these too. Hopefully these put things in the right places. I could do with one of my card cloners. Right, let's turn that on again. Now, hopefully, once we get to 50 buckets, hopefully it won't take too long. Would you rather have the headline say, local man dies while being suffocated by breasts, or local man dies by slipping after standing up from toilet and striking head on toilet? I mean, you're assuming those are the only two possible headlines, V. It could be man dies kind of saving kittens from asshole. I mean, I imagine that would be a little bit of an odd headline to see, but you never know. Stranger things. Alright, let's get rid of those. Okay, cool. So, how are we doing for tungsten now? 408, 409 now. Beautiful. Why are kittens in someone's asshole? I mean, you'd have to ask the person in the news report, V. Dead man, what the shit?
The original Deadman gifted a tier 1 sub to McTribble. They have given 9 gift subs in the channel.
Deadman, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Tribble there. I appreciate it. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? Would you like yourself on the wall, Deadman, or Tribble? As always, I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, but... which would you prefer? Who was that, exactly? Oh, that was an Oni mouse. That was the closest thing we could find to a mouse, wasn't it? I'm trying to find Tribble. And I'm not sure where he is. That's not you. Tribble, what's your IGN again? Because I am a terrible person and can never remember. I know it when I know if I saw it, but I do remember the skin. Give you on that wall and I can't really get, so I kind of can get Tribble behind you. So when you on the wall with Tribble behind you. Are you in here already somewhere, dead man? I feel like you are. But then again, my ability to remember anything is limited. Again, I will know the skin when I see it. I think. There you are. Oh, no, that's why I couldn't find it earlier than this. There you go. You've got Tribbles creepily staring at your back now. All right, dead man. There we go. Right. It's not creepy at all. Yeah, I couldn't remember what what the skin changed to. I remember the old one. Didn't remember the new one. Right. What were we doing? We were waiting on this one. Yeah, this should fill up pretty quickly, and then this will turn off. How are we doing power usage wise? Not too bad actually. About 80,000 RF per tick, and we can make up to about 200,000 at the minute. So we're all right for now. Although we are going to need to upgrade things again fairly soon. Rose now. I know it's another. I knew it was another Doctor Who character. At least I'm assuming it's another Doctor Who character. I'm just not very good at remembering who's who in Doctor Who because I don't really watch Doctor Who. Right. Okay. We need to start thinking about a few things. We need to make sure we have like everything situated properly, so make sure we are making enough of everything that we need to make. So I would like to make sure we have more rutile and titanium. Because right now, we've got nearly 3,000 titanium, but that's not going to last a huge amount of time. And then we just need to make sure we have enough tungsten steel. Well, tungsten to be able to make tungsten, all the tungsten steel that we're going to need for getting through IV. So those are the things we need to kind of like make sure we have a decent amount of. So I think we need to go and find bauxite. I think it's bauxite where we're getting rutile from. No, it's not. Where are we getting rutile? Aluminium ore? Ilmenite. Oh, no, we are getting it from bauxite. I just somehow completely missed it. So basically, ilmenite, aluminium, or bauxite. Where can we get ilmenite? I feel like I saw ilmenite recently. But I'm not sure where. Can be found on the moon. It can be found in the end. That's probably where I saw it. So bauxite, ilmenite, and aluminium, all of which can give us rutile. So if we can go and find a bauxite vein in the ends, we'll set the miner up on that, and then we can hopefully get a decent amount of rutile. The annoying thing of this is going to be like setting all of this up again. Each time. We are going to lose like half a bucket of drilling fluid each time as well. Oh my god, my inventory's a mess. But this is fine. I literally just signed up to Game Pass again a couple of weeks ago, dead man. Although it's only going to be for a month as well. Wait, what were we looking for? Ilmenite. It did say we could find it in the end. Like, I'm not going completely nuts, right? Oh, there we go. Ilmenite. Oh, that looks like a fairly chunky vein of ilmenite as well. Have I gone too far? I have. Somewhere around here. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Guitar Nolan. My sense of timing is atrocious. I'm assuming this is roughly the center of it. Right, so this should give us a lot. Or at least a pretty decent amount. Get rid of those. Get ourselves a little ways above here. Oh, wait, hold on. That was if I actually put the controller down before I try and build the structure. There we go. We need to... I don't know why I broke that. I could have just rotated it with a wrench, but never mind. Right, we'll move that around there. Converter goes on there. That needs to go there. Right. Is there going to be... Right, before I do this, is there going to be anything that we don't have storage bosses for? If not, or like storage drives for. If not, then we can just put everything straight into the ender chests. The only one I'm not sure about is the aluminium ore. If we just search for rutile, aluminium's going to give us bauxite dust. We're not actually going to get anything from the rutile, from the aluminium, because we need to bathe it in sodium persulfate. And we don't really have that much sodium. Well, we've got a decent amount, but not enough sodium persulfate for that. What can we do with ilmenite anyway? Very, very little. But yeah, it's basically just we need to check to see what byproducts we're going to get from these and which ones we have storage cells for. So basically, from the crushed ones, get bauxite dust. I'm pretty sure we have bauxite dust already. We can electrolyze that into more rutile, which is good. So we should have bauxite dust. Iron dust, we definitely have a storage cell for. Grossula, we probably don't. I would like to double check that, though. We've got Grossula dust. We haven't got actual Grossula, though. What machine is this? The one that we're making now. This is a large miner. Sorry, I only just saw that. Okay, I was in my own little world for a minute there. I do apologize. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly we are going to get out of this and what I need to deal with. So we are going to be getting Grossula, so we are going to need to get some storage for that. I'm only going to do a 1K drive for that because honestly, we are not going to be using it for anything, I don't think. I don't think I've ever used Grossula in my entire life. Same is especially true when playing Minecraft in your own little world. That is a very, very fair point, Dribble. You're not wrong. All right, so we need... I gotta find the right one. Okay, that's the one that we need. That'll go in there. That will go in there. We've got drilling fluids. I think that's the right one. Red, green, blue. Yep. And then we just got to do... Why will you never rotate for me? There we go. Right. One of those. Why does it sometimes rotate? Like, that's rotating. We can rotate that. But this, when I right-click on it with the wrench, doesn't rotate. Why? Can anybody explain that? Can anyone explain this? Like, if I right-click this numismatic dynamo with a wrench, it rotates. If I right-click that one, it opens the dynamo. I have absolutely no idea why. It's very weird. And confusing. Right, so we need that in there. That in there. This takes way too long to set up. I've got to find a faster way of doing this. And we don't need those. That does appear to be working though. Right, what can I delete home-wise? Silver? What have I got one for silver? No idea. Right, then we've got a home set specifically for the miner. We did chunk load it, right? Yes. Okay, cool. We have got argon coming in now. We do have argon coming in. Okay, cool. I think we are good. So we'll leave that to do its thing. Unfortunately, we are going to be waiting a while for ores to process. We're getting bauxite in. We should also be getting a little bit of aluminium, not a ton. And ilmenite was the other thing, which we haven't got any of yet. But that should all start processing soon. We are working on the tungstate and scheelites. What else do we need to do right now? Making more tungsten steel, for one thing. Have we got steel? Can we craft steel dust? Yeah, we can. Okay. And we are passively crafting steel, so we should be able to make all the tungsten steel we need. Okay, so in that case, what else do we actually have to do? As you can tell, I hadn't planned this far ahead today. I had expected the bits that we have done to last a little bit longer. I don't think what else we need to do. Oh, we also need to get the liquid air bucket from there as well. So we can do the quests. we go. Grab that. Got the noble gases quests. We need to get a bucket of nitrogen as well. We have plenty of that. Well, there we go. Right. Put that away in there and put that away in there and that away in there. What else do we have there? Nitric acid. I don't think we need to worry about the nitric acid yet. Like, a lot of this stuff we don't need. Like, we weren't doing cetane boosted diesel in any way. What else have we got that we can actually work on right now that isn't going to take hours for it to get anywhere with? I guess tungsten carbides, getting that set up as well is necessary. I still feel like there's more that we need to get set up. Like, I'm still concerned about the power situation. Like, we are going to be running out of power soon, so we are going to need to look at the extreme combustion engines soon. These we can make once we get to LUV circuits. I think we need to get to the RTM coils, or the RTM alloy coils. That way we can start making like lumium, signalum. We can upgrade our backpacks again. There's a whole bunch of other things that we can actually get once we get to those coil blocks. Including being able to make the next tier of IV circuits. I.e. these, because we are currently missing lumium wire. And we're also missing the NOR memory chips, but that's fixable. So let's start working on that. So RTM alloy, what do we actually need for this? EV mixer, which we have. Oh, okay. Ruthenium, tungsten, and molybdenum. Tungsten we can get, molybdenum we have. Ruthenium is a little trickier. How do we get ruthenium? Laurite. I think it's this that we need. The laurites dust. I think it's that we need in order to make ruthenium. Unless we can get osmiridium ore somehow. Alright, or cuprosite. And those we can get via micromine emissions. Oh, and also Mercury and Venus as... Oh, is it going to be worth us going a little further afield with Ad Astra? And going out to, like, Venus, Mercury, wherever else we need to go. I don't know what tier rocket we need for these. The other way we can get these is via microminers. But we need the tier 3 one. We need the quantum flux. I think that now might be the time to start thinking about getting things set up for passiving these micromine emissions. It might be the time to do that. Oh, ultimate drill head. So we do need ultimate in other places then. Our basic drilling kit is easy enough. But this mission does not get you a lot, but then I'm also not sure whether these ore veins on like Mercury and Venus are going to be even remotely large. Also, is there anything I need to consider in terms of... Oh, okay. I'm guessing I'm going to need the... Like, the netherite spacesuit. Can I make the netherite spacesuit? Yes. I'm guessing I'm going to need this for any, like, higher tier anything. And we're also going to need the tier 2 rocket if we want to continue from here. But in order to do that, we need signalum, so... And we can't get signalum until we have the RTM alloy. Okay, so we do need to do the microminer mission. Like, one way or another, we need to do the microminer mission. Because signalum, we can only get... Yeah, signalum can only get with the RTM alloy clear. Okay, right, so that's our next step, then. Not that one, that one. Tier 3 and microminer. In order to make this... doesn't seem too bad. We need a fair amount of tungsten carbide plates. Interesting way to come back into chat, Quiet. Welcome back. All right, so tungsten carbide is the next thing we're going to have to do. Tungsten carbide dust. I'm assuming this is going to be tungsten and carbon. Unsurprisingly, yes. Which mixer did we switch over to circuit 2? EV. Circuit 1. Okay. You know what? Let's just do another 3 EV circuit, EV mixers. We may as well upgrade them all. There's not much point to doing it really, but there's also not much point to not doing it. And it's not going to take a huge amount of effort. Right, anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked again there. There we go, right. Those away, and then that was no circuits. I do love how easy it is to switch these over. Right, that was circuit 3. And then this is circuit 2, which is the one we actually need. It's not there. Right, circuit 2, and... There we go, okay. So tungsten carbides... in a mixer with circuit 2. Make sure that's working. That is indeed working. It's kind of slow, but it is working. Okay, so tungsten carbides we then want to put into... I really hope we are getting enough helium to keep up with all this. We want to do this without the helium, and we need to return an actual tungsten carbide ingots. And that needs to go in circuit 2 EBF. I'm curious about the speed of these things, though. 25 seconds per tungsten carbide ingot. Is this... Oh, is that finished already? I actually thought that'd take a lot longer. All right, 955 phosphorus-doped wafers. It should last a little while. All right, anyway, we've got a little bit of tungsten carbide coming in. Hopefully, it won't take too long. What do we actually need for this, though? We need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16 double tungsten carbide plates, so we need at least 32 tungsten carbide for that. We made, what, 8? We were requested. So we need another 24. What else do we need? I need the crafting table, don't I? Oh, I need to upgrade my crafting table too. Was that really all we needed for the angel ring? It was the gold one. Oh, it was. Okay, right. So we do want to upgrade this to the elite crafting table then. What do we need? Blocks of aluminium are fine. Elite catalysts need... Okay, most of this should be okay. What we need is elite catalysts and elite components. Elite components, just take the elite catalysts. Do that, and then do that. Everything except ender pearl plates are already craftable. I'll send those out to the cutter, and then... Why do I already have the block of ender pearl craftable? I'm kind of surprised about that. I didn't think I would. Okay, so what do we actually need for this then? 8 components and 4 catalysts. And I've just realized that I'm also going to need another advanced crafting table, aren't I? Because we need an advanced crafting table to be able to put our advanced crafting table into to turn it into an elite crafting table. I mean, if you're going to get punished, I mean, that's definitely the way to go. Quiet. We need another 8 of those as well. Right, so what's going to be taking the time with this? Yes, it was bound to be the black steel. And the black steel is probably going to take even longer because... Oh no, it's doing the black steel now. But we do have the tungsten carbide in there as well. This, however, is not keeping up anymore. I might need to make more vacuum freezers. Alright, tungsten carbide is actually almost done. Do a recipe for the double tungsten carbide plates as well. Double plates. As we said, we needed 16 of those. It shouldn't be too bad. The black steel is slowly making its way through. Everything else is done for this. We are going to need another one of these, though, as well. Which means we're going to need another one of those. Excuse me? What the fuck just happened here? That's kind of concerning. Why did this not work? Like, this is literally the first time this has not worked. And we have now run out of power. We can fix that, but... Oh my god, what the hell was what was using all of the power? Holy shit. I'm a little concerned about why this didn't work. This is basically supposed to shut off when it gets to like 95% or 90% and only turn on again when it drops below 65%, but it didn't turn back on again for some reason. Why? Why? I'm actually incredibly curious about that. Oh, I don't need this messing up now. The only thing I can think is that it was somehow it drained the power too quickly. Like, this is supposed to turn on when this triggers, and this is supposed to turn on no, that's why. I think I know why that happened. I'm not 100% certain. I need to wait until this actually works and actually does something. But that is supposed to be on when it's above 65%. And as far as I was aware, shit. I don't know what happened there. I've forgotten how the hell this even is supposed to be working. That's definitely over 65%, so... Jesus. Sorry, I'm not going to be able... I apologize if I'm not paying any attention to chat at the moment. I have no idea what's actually happened here. Right, now that's turned on. But nothing else has turned on yet. And this, I think, should work when stuff's turned on. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out again. So this needs to be... This will trigger when... This output should trigger when nothing is turned on, or when no lamps are turned on, or when both lamps are turned on. So it's exclusive OR gate, so that would be when one or the other is turned on. When both are turned on... Ah, everything's got inverted somehow. This has somehow got inverted, and I'm not sure how. Sorry, that should now... Everything should now be turned off. Until this... Which it will do once everything has gone through the piece of fuel that it's currently on. I'm now going to have to keep an eye on this and see if it does turn back on again. I don't know what screwed up with that. That's the first time that's messed up. We need better power storage. When can we get to the substation? LUV. Okay, so we're still a little ways off that yet. I'm just trying to figure out now why that will have kind of broken the way it did. We don't need those on there. Those are actually completely useless. There's those no input from those anyway. There we go. Now that's dropped below 65. That was... Surely that was... I feel like that was a lot more than 65%. I do want to take that down to, I think, 50, though. Yeah, everything's turned back on again now, and it should turn off again when it gets to 90%. I think I might... Yeah, everything's turned off again now. That'll drop down. It's just the capacity of these things is so small. I don't want to just keep adding more capacitor banks onto this. Well, we can do, but I'd rather not. Especially since each one only adds, I think, like 8 million. Yeah, each one only adds 8 million. half of this should be 144 million. So when it drops below that, everything should kick back on again. Hopefully. We'll find out any minute now. Yeah, there we go. That's kicked on. Everything is turned on. Okay, that seems to be working again. But that was a little bit concerning. Alright, we have a few more recipes we're going to need to make, like that. What do they need? Nether quartz plates. We don't actually have... We still haven't actually got a source of nether quartz. Easy enough to set up, I just haven't quite got around to it yet. Right, the rest of those just go in pan providers. Alright. Make one of those. And this just needs a few other bits. Let's call for some very weird plates. Oh, shit, I needed that there, didn't I? Alright, so... Cutter. Alright, so those go into there, and then... We've got one of those, we need one more of those. Let's just put this down here for now. How am I doing for helium now, by the way? 216 bucks. Okay, we are gaining helium at the moment. Right, that'll go in the middle. 4 of those. And then 8 of those. Oh, apparently we're completing quests. Then we need 8 black steel plates and 4 blocks of aluminium. And then that will give us the table. We should have the tungsten carbide plates now. Yeah, there we go. 16 of those. We've got the 8 black steel plates. And then we can take that straight out again. And replace it with that. Because I'm pretty sure you can do all the previous recipes on the higher tier ones. So that. Is that right? Did I miscount? I did. I made one too many. 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Yeah, I made one too many. Whoops. Oh, I haven't made the actual guidance system things either, have I? Okay, well, let's make those. And these are MV circuits. Okay, and 2 of those. The MV field generators. I'm not sure how we make those. We needed just 2 of the engine cores. Grab those 2. We should probably make some more rocket fuel, actually, while we're waiting, because if we just make another, like, 64 buckets of rocket fuel, that'll allow us to run a few of these missions. We do need titanium crates as well. Here's circuit 1. We need long titanium rods. Egg and caviar sandwich. I don't know if I've ever had caviar. Right, 1 more titanium crate. Good thing about these micro miners is that at least in normal mode they don't get used up. So I can just keep reusing them. Right, thrusters. We need reinforced ones. Most of that's fine, and all of that is fine. Okay, so what else have we got left to do? We need, what, 3 of these? We need an advanced combustion engine, and we do need the reinforced mining lasers. We've only got the basic ones at the moment. Hell. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Except for the solidified argon, maybe. How do we solidify argon? Oh, just a fluid solidifier with a ball mold. That's not too bad. This should be fine. All right, and then just the reinforced mining laser. What do we actually need for this? 3, 6, 9 glass, 2 HV circuits, 2 nether quartz. So 9 of those. 2 HV circuits. Wait, are those quartz blocks? Yeah. So 2 blocks and 2, I guess, quartz crystals, would you call them? An octadic capacitor. How have I not got octadic capacitors? Oh, I guess we didn't actually need octadic capacitors for the what are they called? The capacitor banks. Wait, how many of these do we need? Oh, we need two of these, don't we? All right, that's fine. All right, 4 blocks of redstone. And then we just need solidified argon. We need 8 of these. We need 8 buckets of argon. Do I have a ball casting mold? Doesn't look like it. We've only just got the 8 buckets of argon that we need. If I do, it's would probably be over here, and it's not. Okay, so we're gonna make a ball mold as well. And the next thing is, do I have a fluid solidifier? No. Can I make a fluid solidifier? Yes. I don't know if we're going to need this kind of like long term, or whether we can get away with just like kind of as a one-off machine. There we go. Right, that will give us our argon. I'm going to have to move this first, aren't I? Oh, actually, no, we won't have to. We should have another table. It's nearly there. There we go, in there. There we go. Reinforced mining lasers. Are they there and there? Yes. Right, so what are we still short on? What are we still missing? The combustion generator and the thrusters. We've got the thrusters. We just need the combustion generator. And then that should be everything we need. Now, what can we actually get from this? This is the one we actually want. The barite, laurites, and cuprosite. Cuprosite. I never know how to pronounce that. Magma blocks, don't really need the redstone, coal, and glowstone, or the apatite, neodymium, and monazite, at least not yet. Raw diamond and raw emerald, sapphire, almandine, topaz. Pretty sure we don't need those. Pretty sure we don't need that. Or that. Or that. Literally the only one we need, at least for the most part, is going to be this one. Oh, I forgot the field generators. These are going to be the bits that are actually a bit of a pain, because we need magnesium diboride for these. Right, so magnesium diboride. is made how? Boron and magnesium. Do I have... We don't have any boron. Okay. How are we getting boron? Pretty sure we can get it from barite. Barite, however you want to pronounce it. Or maybe not. Borax. We can get it from borax. Which we can get from salt. Okay, so we actually are not going to be able to do too much more today. How are we getting on with this? We've still got a long way to go to get through all this as well. Yeah, we haven't got... We can't make the magnesium diboride at the moment. We need boron. Lepidolite we could get it from. But we do not have any lepidolite. We have now got plenty of bauxite, ilmenite, and I'm assuming aluminium as well. Yeah. Is the miner finished? If it is, we'll go and find a like salt / kind of lepidolite vein. Nope, it's still going. Okay. It's not done yet. Okay, what else can we do to get boron right now? It's literally just lepidolite, isn't it? Or borax. Borosilicate glass, which requires boron in the first place. Borax we can get from salt or rock salts, which is not something we have right now. I don't think we have anything that we can get boron from. No. No salts, no rock salts. Okay, well, I think that's going to be it for today then, since we literally cannot do anything more until we move the miner. And I don't want to do that until we have finished going through the bauxite. It's there. But that's the thing that we need next, is to be able to make the tier 3 miner. There you go, you'll need boron in its MV field generator. Some of the things that this micro miner can get you are neodymium, emeralds, antimony, fluorite, and cuprorhodesite. At this point in the game, micro miners can get you basic resources. Continue to check EMI to see what they can give you. So, next stream, I don't think that's going to be tomorrow, honestly. But next stream, we will start working on getting the tier 3 miners up and running, getting ourselves to be able to make the RTM alloy, which we need in order to get through to the next tier of a lot of things. We should probably start working on the extreme combustion engines as well, since these are definitely going to get us enough power. We are still running into power issues. Like, even with... That did not take me where I wanted it to go. Can you take me there, please? But yeah, even with the doubling the power we had, now that we're starting to use certain amount, like a certain amount of IV power as well, we're going to start struggling very, very soon, basically. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I do massively appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows today, all of the resubs, gift subs, all of that stuff. And thank you for the raid from Ren as well. You guys are amazing as always. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll let you know whether I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. It will all depend on sleep more than anything. I might AFK on here for a little while tonight just to process a little bit more of tungstate and scheelite, and then possibly put some of the bauxite and ilmenite through to get some rutile. But then when we get back on either tomorrow or Friday, we will continue towards our tier 3 miner. And then from there, we'll start looking at what we can do in order to, and what we need to do in order to be able to send out a lot more of these micro miner missions as and when we need to. And we'll just make sure we have enough production of everything that we need for them in order to keep up with it. But anyway, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody, and I will see you all incredibly soon. Take care of yourselves.